to order. We do have a fairly lengthy agenda today, along with a GPC meeting after this and public hearing and meeting with Minister Dreeshen. So we might be flip-flopping around things a little bit to kind of manage, but we'll do the best we can and keep an eye on the clock as we go. So with that, we have an agenda for our meeting in front of us. If someone would like to move that, Councillor Brewster.
I move that Council approve the agenda.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns with the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Takes us to our minutes from the December 2nd meeting. Councillor Rihanna Hansen.
Yep, I move that we approve the minutes from December 2nd council meeting.
Did anyone see any errors or omissions? No. All those in favor of our minutes? And I know we got Councillor Hansen online as well. And I missed her on the last. Oh, you're able to see her? We should have done a mic check and stuff, I guess. We did. Oh, okay.
Councillor Hansen, can you just confirm your vote in for the agenda and the minutes?
Yeah, I'm in favor of both. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry, I will try and take an extra second and make sure. And Councillor Hansen, just if we are discussing an item or something and we skip over you or you got something, just maybe interrupt. I can't always see you depending what we got going on with the screen. With that takes us right into our reports for the day, and starting with budget, item 5.1. I assume that's going to be Mr. Graves.
Yeah, good morning, Council. Here today to request that Council consider the 2026 to 2028 operating budget and the 2026 to 2030 capital plan for adoption. So administration brought the proposed 2026 to 2028 operating budget and the 2026 to 2030 capital plan to Council for consideration and public input on December 2nd, 2025. The budget was referred by Council for public feedback for 2 weeks. The proposed budget maintains current service levels, limits operating expense increases to 2% or lower in all 3 years. The budget includes a 5% increase to tax revenue each year, which would be achieved by a combination of assessment growth and mill rate adjustments. The operating funds available for capital grows each year, and this will allow for the full funding of the 28 to 2030 capital plans without the use of reserves and debentures. So with a budget communication, we had 3 posts on Facebook and Instagram on 3 different days. We also had a post on X. We received 2,600 views on social media. On the webpage, our budget website had 171 views. And at this point in time, we had not received any feedback from the public. Also, there was an ad in the county news to provide feedback as well. So the budget documents are the 3-year overall consolidated budget, the 3-year net service level budget, the 5-year capital plan and initiatives, and the 3-year projected reserve transfer schedule. So here, looking at the overall budget, there have been the numbers have been updated to include new cost estimates for Rural Connect. So the total budget comes in at $101.3 million, with operating being $64.9 million and capital being $36.4 million. The budget puts the county on track to fully fund the capital program without the use of reserves and debt by 2028. Overall reserve use through the 5 years would be $9.3 million. The capital plan is valued at $124.9 million, so that averages $25 million per year. I'll look at the 2026 capital plan items that are over $1 million. We have the first 4 are transportation infrastructure items, so bridge program valued at $7.5 million with grant funding. The paving program at 7.1 million, re-gravel program at 5.1 million. The Little Red River Road Phase 2 at 4.7. We completed Phase 1 in 2025, and we have Phase 3 slated for 2027. Transit bus replacements with grant funding of 75%. Junction 42 water reservoir at 3.2 million. Financial system upgrade at 1.2 million. And fire service equipment replacement at 1.2 million. As part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. The public can watch the video live stream or through recorded video. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. The budget highlights and the summaries will be posted on our website, and the January county news will also include the budget highlights. So alternatives, approve administration's recommendation to approve the 2026 to 2028 operating budget and the 2026 to 2030 capital plan as presented. Amend the 2026 to 2028 operating budget and 2026 to 2030 capital plan prior to approval, or deny administration's request and seek further information. And the recommendation, administration recommends that council approve the 2026 to 2028 operating budget and the 2026 to 2030 capital plan as presented. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the report. I was given the heads up by Councillor DePalm that she has some questions around the broadband piece. And I guess we you know, I think a lot of the questions can probably be answered in open. Some of the information we've discussed with Rural Connect and the MCC has been enclosed, so I think we'll have to be a little bit cautious. And if needed, we can go into close to discuss those. The only other thing I would throw out is that we are discussing the budget and not the MCC business plan. So maybe Councillor DePalm, if you want to start, and we can kind of go from there.
Okay, well, I have other questions too. Do you want me to start with them, or?
Wherever you want to go, I guess. And then we can, if you want to do a few, and then we can go around the table.
Okay, so I guess my first question is just clarification. In your slideshow, it said no new debt as of 2027, but you said 28.
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, it is 2028 where there's no new debt, so the slide wasn't the right number.
Okay.
So starting in 2028, we would no longer be taking on new debentures or using reserves to fund the capital program.
Okay, so that's one of my questions. Then the other question I have is just for economic development. Where is it? So I guess the couple questions I have for that is tourism had two amounts of money last time. One was, I guess, the catchment area for tourism, or per capita or whatever, right? That was that amount. So I'm not sure which amount that was. We were given a couple different numbers, and then the other one was a one-off request, is my understanding, that they asked for more money. So the amounts were that we were told was 75,000 and 50,000, something like that. So I just wanted to know which one was the one-off and which one is the one that we pay on the per capita.
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, it's not a one-off. It's my understanding that this will be an annual ask, and so one is the per capita fee that we have paid. They changed the modeling a little bit where there's an event fund. And so instead of sponsoring every event, so a perfect example would be CFR. When they were here, we would sponsor, let's say, 50,000 a year. This event fund would actually cover that. So their motive is to get events that benefit Central Alberta. And so there are many that participate in this, and it's the 50,000 that gets contributed to that event fund. So a perfect example of where that's utilized is the World Juniors. They would have used that event fund, but that would cover any sponsorships.
Okay, and then they annually get $75,000 from us.
That's correct.
Okay. And at points in time, is it that amount going to change, or is it they just send us a requisition and we pay it?
We do have a letter of request from tourism that will be presented to council in January.
Okay. Okay, and then on economic development, Central Sport. My understanding that is in there. Have they sent in a requisition for money again?
When they came to us, they were not asking for funding this year.
Okay, so I guess should that not be taken out of our budget?
Yeah, that was going to be one of my questions. Yeah, has that been amended, or could we make an amendment as we pass the budget to?
So through the CAO, Mayor and Council, it is in there, and this was our best guess as to what the ask would be. We do know that tourism's coming in with a little bit more, so I would caution taking Central Sport out.
Fair, I guess. But yeah, we can make that decision as we get there, I guess.
Okay. And then my other question, I guess, is about Rural Connect. So the budget originally was put out at the 1.338, I guess, a couple weeks ago. And so this new one that has been updated to the 2.1 for 2026 has only been put out since Friday, with all the new updated 2.1, 2.6, and 2.2. It was only updated on Friday.
Yeah, I don't know exactly when it hit the amendment, but once we were aware of it, it was put in there. So it was after the last draft had gone out. And this was as a result of our in-camera conversations we had, reflect the actuals that we're aware of. So it went in after we had our in-camera discussion.
Okay. I guess my other question is, so did our public see that before and comment on any of that, or see that, all these I guess views in that at the original number, or was that the new number?
It's pretty impossible to say what every member of the public was looking at. It's hard to answer that question. Some would have probably seen it, some may not have noticed it. I don't know. You're asking us to answer what the public looked at. I'm not sure what they looked at.
I guess for clarity, when what was originally sent out for feedback, I think is kind of what the question was.
That would have been varied, and the information that was available for them to view would have, with the changes would have been made with the other changes that council was contemplating. Well, with the changes in capital and all the rest of it, it would have been captured in the latest version of the draft, so that has been available.
Okay, well, that's all I'm going to say for right now. So somebody else can ask some questions.
Sure.
I still got a lot more.
Councillor Ryan Hansen. Councillor Girard.
I'm going to pass for now. I do have questions on Rural Connect that maybe we can address a little bit.
You want us now?
No, probably.
So they're not budget related, is
They
what
are,
you're
but we should
okay.
probably look at it closed.
Okay. Councillor Brewster.
I had some extra questions about Rural Connect as well, so it sounds like they maybe posed questions.
Maybe we should just take a motion to go in camera. If someone wants to do that. Councillor Girard.
I motion that we go in camera.
It's 9:45. Okay. Ms. Rodwell, do we need additional information around the clauses? Okay.
Yes, the protections relate to third-party business interests and local public body confidences. So we'll ensure to include those in your resolution to adequately address how the information is protected under the Access to Information Act.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, we have a motion to go in camera. Is there any questions or concerns? Seeing no hands, all those in favor?
Councillor Carly Hansen?
I am in favor. Do I get to be a part of in camera as I'm
Yes, of
online?
course, you do.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so that's carried unanimously.
As we do have a member of council online, we would ask for this room to be cleared. Thank you.
We had just come out of closed session and we're still talking about the budget. Obviously, one of the big questions around the room was that Rural Connect piece, and so we had a bit of a discussion there. And, you know, I'll open it up if folks have other questions at this time on the budget. Councillor DePalm, sure.
So thanks. So I do have another question. So if we postpone some of our paving projects, the big ones, do we need to, well, I guess my first question, are we needing to take out a debenture this year to cover any of our paving projects?
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So we look at the whole capital budget and the funding for it, and we do require to do new debenture borrowing to fund the total capital program. Traditionally, we've chose paving because of the size of it to have the debenture go all against that, but really it's about funding the whole capital program, and we would need to do $5 million worth of debenture borrowing in 2026 to fund the capital plan.
Okay, so if we wanted to postpone, so we didn't have to borrow, so does that, I guess, does that debenture, is that included in the no new debt as of 2028, which you said previously?
To the CAO to Mayor and Council. So what happens in 2028 is we wouldn't issue any new debenture. We've been borrowing in 5-year increments for the last couple of years. And so by not borrowing in 2028, we would then not be taking on debt servicing costs after that. And then we would slowly be reducing our debt servicing costs each year that we're not bringing on new debt.
Okay, so if we didn't want to take out a debenture this year, we would have to take away some of these paving projects then.
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, the capital plan has $5 million worth of debenture funding. So in theory, if $5 million worth of capital expenses were removed, then we wouldn't need to do the debenture borrowing.
Okay. Okay, I'll just leave my questions there for right now.
Okay. Councillor Ryan Hansen, Councillor Girard, Councillor Brewster, Councillor Carly Hansen online,
No, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councillor Ritz. Okay, it sounds like we might have answered everyone's questions. Okay, yeah, no, go ahead.
So I have another one then, if nobody else has any questions. So with the budget as it stands right now for our capital projects, if we were to leave things in the budget as is right now, and when it comes time to, I guess, look at getting a debenture if needed, can we change the budget at that time if we decide not to take out a debenture as council?
Mr. Hersberg?
For the most part, yes, but it would be dependent as this budget moves forward and their approval, pending approval. There'd be certain projects that would start to go underway. For example, in the case of paving, the tendering of the pavement, we highly recommend we do that as soon as possible after we have an approved budget. We feel going out early to the market provides us good prices. So I would say that would make it harder for that to be an opportunity later to then say we want to reflect the change in the paving if we've gone out for a paving tender. So just as one example, there would be some items where that will tighten up, but there'd be other items arguably in your budget you could look at in the spring budget amendment. I would also point out that the nature of the gap between the gap that we are trying to get to, and by 2028 planning to no longer have to have additional funds available. The debenture is one instrument. Your line of credit is another instrument, and we certainly can have conversations about whether, based on our cash flows and our finances, we're in a situation where the debenture makes the most sense, or whether the the borrowing through your line of credit it makes more sense, as it may be quite short term. Debentures tend to be solutions for the longer term financing. So there's those elements of how you take your debt on that is also something council could discuss. But again, today's approval wouldn't kick off a new debenture. It would direct us to come forward with one, and we could have those conversations when we're looking at that item as to whether or not there's alternatives to the debenture itself.
Okay, and sorry. Never mind, I think I have the answer. Okay, that's all I need for right now, I guess.
Okay. I haven't seen any other hands. So if we have our questions out of the way at this point, we could take an attempt at a motion. And I know there's for sure one, we would have to make an amendment to that. Yeah, so I think we're kind of in agreement on one amendment, but if you have other areas or something, we can get a motion on the floor and then start the debate and go from there. Councillor DePalm?
So I can put a motion on the table. So I move the council approve the 2026 to 2020 operating budget and 2026 to 2030 capital plan with the following amendments. Under the Rural Connect, putting it back to the 1.338792 in 26 and the 734,559 in 27 and the 150,031 in 2028. So those are my amendments for right now.
And the only other one I would throw out that you mentioned was Central Sport. I don't know.
Oh, and to take Central Sport out of the economic development contribution. For the 26, 27, and 28 budget.
Mr. Graves?
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, so that one's valued at $25,000.
Perfect.
That amendment.
Okay, I think those are the amendments I have for right now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we have a motion to approve the budget with the reduction to the Rural Connect funding for the time being, and removing the Central Sport ask of $25,000 based on their presentation to us recently. So we can go around the room now. If there's debate, discussion, further amendments, I think we could handle as well. Councillor Rihanna Hansen.
Yeah, I'm happy with those amendments. I think that kind of is a comfort level for me. If there's any other options around the Central Sport, if we should leave that in there, is it just for the 1 year that we're removing that, or are we removing that for each year in the budget?
The amendment was to remove it moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd be comfortable with those amendments.
Okay. Councillor Girard.
No, I think this overall budget worked out well. We kind of had a goal to get to where we needed to be. It'd be nice to be a little bit sooner than 28, but I think this is more realistic, and taking out the Rural Connect to the previous budget. I 100% agree with that, and I think we're looking really good here and going forward. I think this is a strong budget.
Thank you. Councillor Brewster.
Thank you. So I would echo Councillor Girard, of course. I certainly agree with taking the Rural Connect portion out and leaving it as it was and reevaluating in the spring. And I like that we're all committed to kind of getting into the black and out of the red a little bit faster than what we were, but leaving things sustainable. So I appreciate that. So thank you to everybody for your hard work for helping us with that.
Thank you. Councillor Hansen online.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment. I do support this budget with the amendments, removing the central sport and going back to the original plan that we had a couple weeks ago with Rural Connect, and of course relooking at that in the spring. I do want to say thank you to administration because it's been a bit of a challenge, but we've gotten it down quite a ways, and I do look forward to not getting into any new debt come 2028. So good work, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ritz.
So yes, thank you all for all of your hard work. Greatly appreciated, and for answering all of our many questions. I also agree. The only caution I would personally mention is because that's all in the Economic Development Fund. It doesn't necessarily list Central Alberta, like Central Alberta Sport is one of the group. But since we don't have the presentation yet from tourism, I'm wondering if we should possibly leave that until we hear that, or should we go ahead with that amendment?
Okay, a little bit of a question I'm hearing for clarity.
Yeah, we'll sneak back in for the question part of it. I think you have both options. If ever you see, once you set a budget in any given year, someone comes along and they make a request and it's something that isn't in the budget, your motion can reflect where the source of that funding would come from. So if you were to add something back in after your budget's been done, if we don't feel it's already reflected that we have a resource in the budget for it, we would come back, and that recommendation would be to make a change and reflect where that money's coming from. And in that case, we'd look at the options for so whether it's a reserve transaction or what would amend the budget. So okay, you can do that as you go.
Okay, thank you. Then I agree with what is proposed.
Awesome. So yeah, first off, great work by council and administration over the past few weeks in getting to this point. There's been lots of discussion, as council alluded to, around kind of our future and how we're going to map that out and what we can do in the short term to make corrections. I really liked the amendments for the budget that were proposed. I agree, we certainly need some more information on that Rural Connect piece, and I think we're going to get there ahead of the spring budget amendment. And I do like removing the central sport ask from the budget. I think it was great they came here and they're getting in a little bit better position. And if they have to come back in the future, I think we handle that as a one-off request. And, if tourism has a request coming, I think it's better that we deal with that as its own line item and it comes at the spring budget, and then, it's allocated to that specific item. So I really like cleaning that up a bit as well. Certainly in chatting with folks over the past few weeks, some positive feedback out there on the progress that has been made by this council. A little bit of negative still, and maybe lack of understanding of some of the work we did. But, I just look at the fact that in just a few weeks, this council has sped up our path to sustainability by a full year, as was mentioned, with no new debt occurring in 2028. So for me, that's super exciting, and get back to contributing into reserves. And for, I think for this council, it's really just the beginning. We've committed to looking at our long-term financial plan and to looking at some of our operational service levels. A lot of the work that we did so far was on the capital side. With kind of that knowledge and commitment that we were going to look at the operating side ahead of spring budget. And, if we can find some efficiencies or make some changes there, that's only going to further speed up the progress that we've made. So, super excited for what lies ahead with this as well, and hopefully a much different looking picture this time next year. So with that, I would call the question. All those in favor of the motion to approve the budget? Councillor Hanson?
Yes, I approve.
That's carried unanimously. Moving right along to item 5.2, the Fee Bylaw. Not sure who's, it's kind of multi-department, so I don't know who got the short straw. Ms. Rodwell.
Good morning, Council. This morning we're presenting Fee Bylaw number 1017/2025. Purpose today is to consider the second and third reading of the Fee Bylaw to set fees for Red Deer County effective January 1st, 2026. On November 12, 2025, Council considered first reading of the Fee Bylaw and granted first reading requesting additional information to be brought back at second reading regarding dust suppression. In regards to dust suppression, on September 3rd, 2024, the Governance and Priorities Committee received a presentation regarding dust suppression. The presentation outlined that dust suppression is a subsidized program and provided information on the costs of the program. Prior to the Fee Bylaw approved in 2024 to set fees for 2025, the dust suppression fee was established in 2009 based on a dust suppression cost of $1,500, and the fees paid by ratepayers was $875, which represented 10% of the cost, with the county subsidizing 40%. In 2024, the cost of dust suppression applications were investigated, and it was found that the cost had increased to $2,000 based on an estimated number of 262 applications a year. As part of the 2024 Fee Bylaw consideration, neighboring municipalities were looked at, and it was found that subsidization of dust suppression was as follows. In Lacombe County, 50% was subsidized. In Clearwater County, 67% was subsidized, and in Kneehill County, 0% was subsidized. In 2024, the Fee Bylaw set the fee for dust suppression at $1,500 for one length up to 125 meters, which represented $12 per lineal meter. Additional dust suppression rate was set at a rate of $21 per lineal meter. The current rate means that 75% of each dust suppression application is paid for by the resident and 25% is subsidized by the county. A motion was introduced during consideration of the 2024 Fee Bylaw to reduce the rate to $1,250, and it was defeated. The proposed Fee Bylaw has been brought forward with no changes to the dust suppression fees. We have provided a chart within the report outlining different rates of subsidization of dust suppression and the estimated budget impact. It notes here that we are currently at that 75% rate set at $1,500 for the ratepayer to pay, which is included in our budget. The cost of dust suppression is currently set at a flat rate in Red Deer County regardless of the applicant. Many development permits include a requirement for dust suppression to be part of the development. This includes permits for things such as home-based businesses, gravel pits, and more. Community halls and cemeteries are exempt from this fee. These locations can apply for fully subsidized dust control if the application is received prior to the deadline. In addition to the information of dust suppression, following first reading of the Fee Bylaw, a presentation was provided to the Governance and Priorities Committee on December 9th for enhanced information and background regarding utilities. Our alternatives today are to grant second and third reading to the Fee Bylaw, to make amendments to the Fee Bylaw, or to defeat the Fee Bylaw, leaving the current Fee Bylaw. Administration recommends granting second and third reading to Fee Bylaw number 1017/2025 to set fees for Red Deer County for 2026. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the report. We'll open it up to questions at this time. Councillor Brewster.
Thank you. So dust suppression has become near and dear to my heart. I know, living, of course, where I live on a gravel road, that it can be really, really, really nasty if you don't have it. But I do feel that the fee that was the fee upgrade that was approved last year was a little bit punitive. I guess certainly for my ratepayers who have to use it. So I would really like to see us change the dust suppression fee for this year and take it down to a more manageable level. We've received some information from other counties. Of course, Lacombe subsidizes 50%, Clearwater 67%, but I'm told that Lacombe, for one length is $447, and if you get it applied twice, it's $895. Mountain View County is $624, and that there is a private contractor who can do dust control for $1,050 in Red Deer County. So I would really like to have a conversation about taking the dust control fees down.
Okay, so I think there was a bit of a question in there on cost comparison versus other municipalities. we can certainly tackle the, I think the conversation around dust control and maybe the service that we're providing, that might come out of this conversation, but focusing kind of strictly on the fee bylaw for the time being, and I guess questions around, I know we've seen some percentages based on some neighboring municipalities, but hearing questions around the cost versus neighboring municipality. Any takers from admin on that one? Mr. Campbell?
Through our CAO to Council and Mayor. So regarding our costs for Red Deer County, our costs are very detailed, and we also do our dust control we find is very successful the way we apply it. So when we put in every cost, including the water trucks, staff, labor, that's what it costs. I've spoken with other counties, and some, their costs are a little less. Some do it a little differently than us. And they don't include as much as what we might, but this is a real cost. And if you think about it, it went from $1,500 to $2,000 over 15 years. That's $33 a year increase on average. And we just checked the 2025 program where we started charging the $2,000, and our actual cost came in at $2,060, so that's pretty close. So I guess where I'm leading to this is maybe when it increases about a total of 10%, so $200, you might ask for another fee bylaw increase. But our cost right now, we can't do it any cheaper than what it is to provide this level of service that we do.
Okay, thanks. Clarity there. Further questions, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Carly Hansen, any questions on the fee bylaw?
I don't know if this is the right time to ask this question. When you guys do dust suppression, do you have certain days that you do it? So you're not, someone orders it, they get it, the next week, and then someone else orders it and they all go out. Is it like, okay, we're going to be out there this week to save costs on making sure that, I'm sure you guys have thought about this already, but to make sure that it's not repetitively going out and getting the services on multiple days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think that is appropriate, Councillor, and Mr. Campbell, I think, has a response for you.
Through our CEO to Mayor and Council. Very good question, Councillor Hansen. So what we do when we put it out to tender, it's supply and haul of the material to place it. And it's very competitive with other counties, and we're usually one of the first out of the gate. We like to start in May if we can, depending on road conditions. And we come in and do it over a 2 or 3 week period, like nonstop, unless we get rained out. To have people, we've had this request to come in like a month later and do a one-off. We just can't, because you can't get the trucks anymore because they committed to that 2 or 3 week window for you, and they moved on to other counties.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Not for me.
Okay. Councillor Ritz?
No, I'm good.
Councillor DePalm?
Thanks. So I did have questions about dust control because, yep, it's always an issue. But I also want to ask about the Springbrook baseball diamonds. I'm just trying to find where it was again. I think they're only, is it per, well, it's $20 per hour. So I guess my one question would be is, I guess, kind of who uses these? Like, is it Springbrook themselves, or is it out of town people, or?
Looking at Mr. Brand, maybe?
Yeah. Through CEO to Mayor and Council, we don't track who the users are of that because it's just that one rate. There's no, in town, out of town rate. So we don't track. Generally speaking, it's a bit of a combination both of some other local, so county associations. There's a league that's based out of Bowden, for example, or even out of Innisfail. So you typically would have a mix of town and county residents from either of those towns. Okay. As well as we do get a fair number of bookings that are people who just want to go to a place that's not kind of a regular competitive diamond, and they want to do things like family reunions or get-togethers, and they'll book for the day. So that tends to be the booking distribution that we see, and it was quite well booked this last year for events like that throughout. But there's also lots of space in there in between for the community to just use them.
Okay, so I do have a couple more questions on this. So it's $20 per hour. Say, so if they book it for the weekend, it's 8 hours per day, or is it like 24 hours a day, or is there a weekend rate kind of thing?
Through the CEO and mayor and council, I just want to find it, but I believe it's actually, there's a day rate on that, so it caps out.
Okay.
Yeah, and so generally, actually, there's better if you book it for the whole day. You get a better deal than if you're only booking by the hour. There it is. And so we typically will give like so it's not, if you book it for the whole day, it's not like 10 hours. You're getting a day rate on that, which I'm noticing doesn't actually say that here in the fee bylaw. So that's interesting. But let me just give me a second to reference, because there's a policy on that. So there's a different document.
Okay.
If you maybe give me a second to reference, and I can definitely get to where that's coming from.
Yeah. Did you have other questions, Councillor?
On that, yeah.
On like other than on that piece? Okay. Councillor Rihanna Hansen?
Yeah, my question is just on the dust suppression, because those numbers seem really high for me. I'm just wondering, is this a flat rate for everybody? Is there a potential for a business versus a residential rate, or is that an option or not an option? Is that done, or is that, just some clarity on that maybe.
You say, Mayor and Council, this rate it's a subsidized program for our ratepayers. So businesses can't capitalize on this. They'd have to pay the full rate. And sometimes they will go with alternative solutions that have to be calcium chloride and other contractors. But what we've found is if they don't apply it the way that we do, like the code of practice way, it often doesn't last as well. And a few of our councillors in the past have seen that result. So one thing we're open to do, and it may happen this spring, is one of our local contractors, we'd like to work with him if he picks up some of the extra calls or costs from private business or someone who misses the deadline, a resident, that maybe he could work with them and work with us at the same time to do it the way we do it. So we're open to that conversation.
One other question related to it is, how long does the dust suppression last? Like, is this a once per year, once per season kind of thing for ratepayers?
Typically, it will last for the summer and into the fall. But what we do with the rate that they pay the fee, they get the major shot in May, June. Then we come back in late July, early August, just before harvest time, and give them what we call a top shoot. In addition to that, after a rain, for example, a light rain, when the roads are just starting to dry a bit, we can go in with our graders and reshape and rehab some of those dust controls, and that's all part of the original price. So we do put some work into maintaining them as well, but by fall, that's what I would call an unofficial warranty. It's the season.
So would it be correct to say that a lot of residential people will be using this once a year and paying these prices?
About our average for 3 years has been about 262 locations across the county, so it's pretty popular.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, it is typically a one-time deal for the summer. Councillor Girard? Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at my... Oh, I did receive a question, and again, this might be a little off topic, around the dust control, and there was some concern with penalties for those that don't use the county program, or how that works. I guess one resident that contacted me felt that folks around them were supplying their own dust control, and so they were just curious if there is a fine or penalty associated for those folks. I know we've had some weird situations pop up in the past, but
to say to Mayor and Council, my experience and operations experience with some of those incidents have been sometimes we end up tearing them up because they don't meet standard, or they don't last. I don't recall that we've ever fined anyone, but we have those conversations, and it gets less and less each year where people do those kind of things.
okay. Thanks for clarity on that. Mr. Brand, have you had enough time?
Yeah, I have. So through the CAO and American Council, and thanks, Ms. Rodwell. So the bylaw did used to include a day rate, and we've just revised it back to the hourly rate. So now it's just charged per hour for the hours that they are actually using it. So if somebody booked it for a weekend because they were hosting a tournament or something, it would be the hours that they're using the diamonds, not those off hours.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
Oh, so my other question, I just have two more questions about that. So is that kind of comparable to some of the other, I guess, rates around for the same type of what we have in Springbrook, or is it cheaper in Springbrook?
Yeah, through the CAO to American Council, I would say, so our rates would be cheaper than what you would say other rates, but also this level of service that's offered. So in terms of the turf maintenance and the field maintenance that we do, so if there was a higher level of standard requested by somebody who booked it, we'd be able to charge them and invoice them for that cost directly. So example, if they wanted more lining or more mowing or something like that, then with the operations department, we'd be able to invoice for those costs. We don't typically see that, and what we see is that's the standard of field people are getting, and that's what they're paying for versus so it's beneficial because it keeps them busy and it does keep them booked, but it's also, we're not competing with other venues that are trying to attract large competitive events or things like that. So generally speaking, we're competing more, those diamonds would be competing more with community hall diamonds or school diamonds, which typically have that lower rate, so it is comparable.
Okay, I just was, and so I'm assuming then that this rate would cover our basic cost of maintaining them, right? Like we're not, so that was my only question about that. I just wondered if we should hike them up a bit, is all. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hanson, I see your hand online.
I just have two other questions regarding dust suppression. When was the last increase? It was 2024, I think you said. And what was the percentage? The percentage of increase?
Through the CAO and mayor, CAO to mayor and council, 2015 or 2014 was the last time we did it, and then 2024 approved for 2025 was the most recent increase. The percentage was 1,500 to 2,000, so that's a 25% increase from for the 2025 program. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think Ms. Rodwell just went back to the slide there, I think, where it tried to kind of show what the previous increase was.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's hard for me to get all the different screens up here, so that's good. Thank you for that.
Does that answer your questions?
It answers my questions.
Perfect. Okay. If there's no further questions, we could certainly take a motion for second reading, and then we could also look at amendments or debate and discussion on the fee bylaw after that. Councillor Girard?
I move to grant a second reading to bylaw 1017-2025, the fee bylaw to set fees for Red Deer County.
Okay, perfect. So we have second reading has been moved, and what I would suggest, I heard a couple questions around process. So at this point now, debate for or against the current fee bylaw, and if you wanted to propose an amendment, we could do that at this time as well. So I see Councillor DePalm, but I'll just continue around the room. Councillor Brewster?
I would like to propose an amendment to the fee bylaw, partly because what we're charging, what was approved last year was 25% to county and 75% to the ratepayer, and before it was 60-40. So even if we went back to a 60-40, would be a little more equitable, I think, for the ratepayers. So do I?
Yeah.
What do I do now?
So if you're looking at an amendment on the dust control, what I think we would need from you is what, based off of that chart there, what rate you would like to go to.
Okay, I would like to make an amendment to the dust control fees to take us to 40% Red Deer County, 60% ratepayer for $1,200.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now that we have an amendment to the fee bylaw, what we would do now is focus the debate on that particular amendment. So, you know, leaving out the rest of the fee bylaw, we'll try and tackle the amendment for the dust control. And then once everyone's kind of had their say on that, we can vote on that, and then we'll go back to second reading at that time. Do you have anything further to say on that, Councillor? Okay, Councillor Carly Hansen, speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, I support this amendment. I think that the increase last year was pretty hefty, and it is something that I did hear about quite a bit on my campaign trail, and so I am in support of the dust suppression amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ritz.
Mayor Ramsey, if we may.
Yep.
The line in the bylaw is a little bit more complicated, so we just want to make sure that we have the full line prepared correctly, as well as the corresponding amendment to the budget. So I do believe that's a rate of $1,200, representing $9.60 per lineal meter. Is that correct?
What was that number again, Samantha?
$9.60 per lineal meter.
Equals the 1,200. Yes.
And then the additional dust suppression, line 9A, it's currently set at $21. Was there an intention to reduce that as well?
So that's for the additional length. So I think they had based that off of what the set fee was in the past, but.
So last year it was $12 per lineal meter on line 9 and $21 per lineal meter on line 21. So it is additional when you go past the 125 meters.
So we would just need clarity if we're dropping that $21, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Campbell, you want to comment on that?
Say to Mayor and Council. That one, I guess it'd be a council decision if you wanted to lower that. So we're focused on the original 125 meters. And I couldn't give you a number at the top of my head how many extra meters that we actually did last year beyond the 125.
Okay, so I'm hearing we could leave that independent of the price for the initial.
I just want to make sure there's an understanding. We want to capture the intent of the revision, and so I think when we based our costs, we based it on all of the work that was done, and that included some extension. So I think it's worth reflecting that if you were to change the amount that the county was going to be responsible for, it ought to reflect through into the linear amounts as well, and that $78,600 would be the appropriate budget. $80,000 would be the appropriate budget reflection, a change in the budget amount to reflect a higher subsidy level from the county, and then that would go across. We would consider this amendment, if I'm hearing it right, we would consider this amendment would reflect on a couple of those lines in order to achieve a 60% versus 75% contribution from the ratepayers, and then if I have confirmation from my staff that's a correct assumption, then the 78.6 is the right assumption for what you're contemplating for a budget amendment.
Okay.
And then for Mr. Graves, we just need the source of the funding.
So the source of the funding is cost recovery in the operating budget. So ultimately, it affects the bottom line for tax support fully.
Okay, so is everyone clear on all that? If not, we can take a bit of a break and get more. Oh, I'm seeing Miss Rodwell's ahead of us, so there we go. Okay, continuing around the room, Councillor Ritz on the amendment.
I can appreciate that it was a significant increase, so I do understand, the want to bring it down. But at the same time, I also recognize the level of service that the county does provide in that second pass, and the fact that 2015 to date, it being the only increase. So I guess I do understand, and I would be agreeable to it, but I understand the impacts. And so, yeah, understand and appreciate, but also can see the impacts to the budget and maybe that service level standard as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DePalm.
Yeah, I can definitely support the amendment. I know last year was a huge hit to lots of our residents, you know, and I got a call from a lot of seniors about this and how it impacted them, right? They want to stay out in the country, but, you know, can't handle the dust and that kind of thing. So I can support this. In all reality, I would have liked to seen it go a little lower, but you know, I think it was just such a huge hit right off the top is a lot of the problem too. So I can live with the $1,200 for the 125 meters, and yeah, I'll definitely support this amendment.
Councillor Rihanna Hansen.
Yeah, I can appreciate that this is a big concern for a lot of county residents, which is why we're looking at it right now. Yeah, so I'm not opposed to the amendment here. I would be concerned with the amount of work that we're doing to, you know, decrease our budget, how this affects it. So, you know, I like that we've got this information that it's coming through our cost recovery. So, yeah, just being aware of the budget and how that affects and moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Girard.
So, for myself, you know, I could be sympathetic with the ratepayer costs, and I can be sympathetic with the amendment, but the goal was budget, and at this time, you know, I agree with our current rate, and we budgeted for this rate for 75-25, you know, and I think, in my opinion, further on down the road when we're in a different fiscal situation, there's opportunities to offer more subsidies to the ratepayers. You know, but at this time, I would not be supportive of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so just hearing the thoughts around the room, definitely, you know, concern both ways on this. I agree. I think, you know, going back to Councillor DePalm's statement about the increase last year and the impact that's had on our residents and businesses, and you know, and honestly, dust control, the cost of dust control was a concern that I heard about long before we even looked at increasing it, let alone, you know, still getting a number of complaints last year, and even cornered last weekend at the pickleball opening by some folks there, and the impact that this has had on their equestrian operation. And so, you know, I'm supportive of the amendment. I agree with the concern around the budget, and it's tough. You know, we just passed the budget, and now, you know, seeing the impact that we're creating. You know, I get there's some concern there, but a lot of residents depend on this service, and it's been so dry for the last number of years, and there's been a lot of impact. And so, you know, I think this is one area where there's a bit of give and take, and so that's why I can support this amendment. I think the concern maybe around the cost of the service and the service we're providing is something, you know, as we're talking about service levels, maybe that's the area that we really need to be looking at this in the service we're providing and trying to bring the cost of that down. I do agree with Mr. Campbell's statements that we do provide a good service. I've seen it in my area where we contracted a part of a detour for a construction project. They had to supply dust control, and what they did not hold up the same as what we did on the other side. So what we do is good and it works, but there's a cost for that. And so, you know, I think moving forward, in my mind, maybe that's a service level we need to look at, but I'm certainly supportive of the current amendment being proposed. So with that, I would call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of reducing the cost of dust control?
I'm in favor.
Opposed? So that motion has been carried 6-1 with Councillor Girard opposed. Okay, so that puts second reading back on the floor. Now it's second reading with the amendment, or second reading as amended. So continuing around the room, Councillor Carly Hansen online, you can speak to the bylaw as a whole, or if you have further amendments or questions or concerns, we'll continue around the room.
Mayor Ramsey, can I just pass my turn for a second here while I get I had other screens up and I need to get back to my other screens.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank
We'll come back to you. Councillor Ritz? Councillor DePalm? Nope. Councillor Rihanna Hansen? Councillor Girard?
I'm just going to speak quickly again on the second reading to third. The increase in budget, it will, and we all know it'll affect the budget by $78,000. And we did just go through an exercise to reduce our budget. And the ratepayers, I know that, and like I said, I am very sympathetic to them on the cost of dust control. However, this has been the current rate, and going forward, I think we really can offer higher subsidies once we're in a different fiscal situation, and I just want to emphasize that once more.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brewster?
I would just, I agree with Councillor Girard, but I think what we need to do in the spring is really look at all of our service levels, and we'll probably find some efficiencies there. So that would be my comment for that.
Thank you. Councillor Hansen, are you prepared online?
I am now. I do have a really quick question regarding another line in the bylaw fees. I was speaking to a resident regarding the aggregate pit application being $100 and moving up to $500, which is fine. But from the comment, it is still awfully cheap, according to someone in the business. So I'm just wondering, is there room to move that or increase that one?
Question to admin. Any Miss Miller, maybe?
So through the CAO to mayor and council, certainly council can choose to increase that. We are just proposing an increase of 100 to 500 as it is a substantial amount of work. This is just for the development permit fee. This does not take into consideration the text amendment. If they're not already in the overlay district, that's a $2,500 fee. Thank you.
I don't know if that gives you the clarity you need, Councillor Hansen.
Yeah, I think it's just something to keep in mind that I know it's just the permit, but let's keep that in mind moving forward. I'm going to leave it alone for right now with the $400 increase, but let's keep that in our back pocket.
Okay, thank you. So I think we made it around to everyone. You know, and I don't really have further comment either. You know, I appreciate, as stated, Councillor Girard's concern around the budget and the impacts here, and you know, that's part of the exercise of setting our fees every year, and something we got to be mindful of. And I think again, as we look at our service levels, maybe there's some adjustments we can make there as well. But there is certainly a lot of levers in this bylaw that we can look at moving forward, and we do review this annually as well. So with that, I will call the question for second reading as amended. All those in favor?
I am in favor.
Well, it would have been Councillor Girard's motion technically after the amendment. Okay, so we've got any opposed? One opposed, and that's Councillor Girard. So that's 6-1 on second reading. That is carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Any takers? Councillor Ritz.
I move to help me here. I move third reading. Yeah.
Perfect. So yeah, third reading of the fee bylaw. Again, I'll give anyone the opportunity to comment. Going around the room, Councillor DePalm. Councillor Rihanna Hansen, Councillor Girard, Councillor Brewster, Councillor Carly Hansen.
No comment.
Okay, all those in favor of third reading?
I'm in favor.
Opposed? Again, 6-1. And that is carried. Okay, we'll carry right along into budget variance, item 5.3.
Alrighty, we'll continue the day of numbers here with the third quarter variance. Usually this one comes a little bit sooner, but because of the election cycle and the way that went, it's coming now. So the purpose is to request Council's acceptance for information the 2025 budget variance report as of September 30th, 2025. Please find attached to the September 30th, 2025 budget variance report package that includes the operating variance and the capital plan variance representing the third quarter of 2025 budget year. These reports reflect all approved budget amendments as of September 30th. Council may recall the term projections from the reviewing the budget submission for the 2026 to 2028 budget, recently referred to the public and just passed this morning. As part of the budget submission, department managers provided their best estimate with regards to meeting year-end budget expectations, known as projections, while administration refers to projections throughout the report to inform on the progress of budget utilization. Final numbers will be provided to council at year-end. So those projections are done at the end of August, early September. So we definitely know more now than we did then, but that was what we had to work with at the time. As well, council can look forward to a directorate year in review presentation for final program and project accomplishments. So background, as of September 30th, we're utilizing $3.6 million of our $55 million line of credit and have made our June debenture payments towards our investments in land development, bridge and paving programs. We are 75% through the 2025 budget year, and for your comparison, the percent of budget achieved for the program appears on the far right column of the variance reports. Our financial analyst takes great care in going through the variance report and writing quite a detailed amount, so I'll just go over some of the high-level highlights. So when we look at the municipal taxation, this is a net number, and so when we levy the taxes in May, we book that we'll get 100% of the revenue. The collection process goes throughout the year. And where we're at right now, or as of September 30th, is we had $11.8 million of taxes uncollected. Of that, oil and gas made up 5.2 million of that number. In 2024, for comparison, we were at 11.3, and oil and gas made up 5.4 million of that. So looking very similar to last year. In addition, for that municipal tax, it does show that it's at 102%. That has to do with our policing requisition. We haven't paid that at this point in time. That it gets paid in the fourth quarter. So we won't be seeing an over collection of taxes at the end of the year. Then looking at government cost recoveries, that's currently sitting at, as a rounding error, 0. But what that had to do with was a lot of the projects we were doing on behalf of transportation and economic corridors, so the Junction 42 roundabout. So as that's built, the costs are incurred and then we do billing. So the billing's just lagging the capital costs. Government transfers are at 104%, so those are a fancy term for operating grants. So we've received our operating grants for the year as of the third quarter. Licensing and permits are trending well. They're at 90%. So we've seen a higher volume of permits this year. Penalties and fee notifications are at 88%. And so that really kind of ties to our tax arrears. So when people have paid their taxes, then we do charge penalties. So it's actually a number we would actually hope to be low, because that means people are paying on their taxes. And then the other one I'll draw council's attention to is the other declared disaster cost recovery. It's a fancy term, but that's some wildfire deployments. So our fire department was deployed at 4 different wildfires, and so this is the billing that's done through the deployment. So overall, for revenue, $75 million was budgeted. We're at $67 million, so we're at 89% of the budget. So looking at the operating expenses, just kind of look at that right-hand column. Ones that are trending a little bit low right now, operation services. So they're a bit seasonal with how their costs come in. They did experience a little bit favorable of expenses on the first half of the winter. So that helps for going into the second half. Hopefully it stays mildish. We're almost getting through it. Planning and development's a little bit below. It's good to be below on the operating side. But they're a little below. It has to do with that Junction 42 roundabout I just spoke about. That we know is coming in below budget, and so that's reflected here. 1.1 million we're expecting to be below budget on that Junction 42 roundabout, which was 100% funded by tech. Protective services, they're running a little bit hot, and that's because of those wages for the fire deployment, or for the wildfire deployment. So there's some additional wages, but they're offset by the revenues that we build. Looking down near the bottom there at bad debts, so that's when we don't think that we'll be able to collect the tax money. And so originally in the summer, fall, we were projecting it at 750. It's looking more like 850. And that's when we get informed of things going to the orphan well or other things like that. Then we know the tax write-offs. So 850 is what we're looking at there. And then contingent funds, that started at the beginning of the year at 725,000, and some have been allocated to the atrium renovation, but there's still 600K remaining in the contingency fund. So overall on operating expenses, $66 million. Budget, the actuals at 41 million or 62% right now. So looking at the capital, so capital transfers, that's the capital grants. Maybe I'll just start by talking about two big capital projects that got deferred into 2026. So there's the Lowman Bridge. That's a $4.6 million bridge that got moved into 26. That had to do with when we found out about the funding and getting the tendering out. So that's going. There's STIP funding related to that. And then the transit bus replacement program, $3.6 million, that was also delayed or deferred till 2026. So both those had grant fundings related to them, so they affect that government transfer line because they're being moved, and then it also affects the expenditure line as well. Cost recoveries, there's a bit of a variance there that also has to do with expenditures and the claims to follow. So where we expend the money and then we send the invoice to claim the money. So there's timing issues there. And then overall for expenditures, then for capital, there's a $54 million budget, and we're currently sitting at 29 million or 53%. Moving down below, the reserve transfers and offsite reserve transfers are done at the end of the year. Debt proceeds were at zero. The debt that we had for this year was actually issued in October, so that would come in the fourth quarter that we'd see that. And then the debt payments, there's some more info on the next slide that I'll talk about the debt payment piece. So the memo line, so when you guys approve the budget, we have the revenues and expenditures, but there are some things that are non-cash related or things that happen on the balance sheet. So that's what this memo line's meant to show. So amortization or depreciation, We're required through accounting regulations to show what we depreciate our assets at, but we do not fund depreciation, so it's a non-cash item. And contributed assets, so these are infrastructure made by developers and then contributed to us. So think Liberty Landing, a developer built the roads, the pipes, the hydrants, the sidewalks, they give that to us. And so that's a non-cash item, so they're giving us assets instead of cash. So that's what that number is. Gravel inventory, so we process, manufacture, however you want to call it, gravel. So we crush gravel. And so that stays in our inventory account, but there are costs, cash costs to crushing gravel. There's also stockpiling of gravel that takes place. So that's what that item is, and it's at 1.8 million as of September. And then principal debt payments, this is just showing the principal side of the debt for land development, the bridge program, and the paving program. And so we made the June payment. Our second part, we do 2 payments each year for each debenture. The second payment comes out in December. So we've spent 69.4 million of our $120.2 million gross budget as of September 30th. Overall, Red Deer County is in an excellent position to meet our 2025 expectations. And this report provides reassurance that with exception to carry forward projects, all is on track. So the communication plan, as part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. The public can watch the video stream live or through recorded video. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes and are published online and summarized in the county news. So the alternatives: to accept the September 30th, 2025 budget variance report as information, request further information, or deny admin's recommendation. And we're recommending that council accept the 2025 budget variance report as of September 30th, 2025 as information. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for the report. Taking questions now on the variance report. Councillor Rihanna Hansen.
Yeah, this is probably just a general procedural question, but so we're getting numbers from September 30th for the third quarter. So does this happen every quarter, and we will see the full numbers for the full year, I guess, in the first quarter?
To the CAO, to Mayor and Council, that's correct. So often the first quarter isn't very exciting because nothing's happened too much. And we very much, you can see the second quarter, we come every quarter. There's a little bit of lag. The year-end one always takes just a tiny bit longer to come to council because we're doing our full year-end wrap-up. And so I'd expect that would be in late February or early March that we'd be coming with the year-end variance. And then you probably, even the next meeting, you might see the first quarter variance because we were just completing the first quarter. So, yeah, they come quarterly. And, yeah.
Thank you. Just one more question.
Yep.
So in your report, you're saying everything's kind of on track. So that's good. I'm happy to see that. When there's over and under, do we just kind of balance it out? Sorry, can you just maybe explain how that kind of works as far as budget? Like year end?
Sure. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So there's a lot of things that do happen at year end. New accounting rules are incorporated, other things. So the fourth quarter one has quite a bit more information, especially when you look at the reserve transfer side of things or year-end adjustments. But how it would work is, I think that these variances are a time for council to see where capital projects are at, operating, asking questions. Then it would also be up to the CAO to bring up or us to come to council if we see anything going off track. We would come and report that to you too. It doesn't have to be during the variance. It could be at any time. If we felt like something was going off the rails, then we would come in.
Nice, thank you.
Councillor Girard.
On the operating revenue for land sales and development, the budget was 2 million, and we came in at just shy of 400,000. Was that sales anticipated for Junction 42, or where was that put towards?
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, that's specifically for Junction 42. We don't take into consideration other land sales that happen in the year. If we sell a quarter section or whatnot, that's not calculated as part of this.
Is there any other projected sales for Junction 42 to the end of 25?
We're not anticipating anything further that will come into play before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Councillor Brewster?
Okay, through the mayor. To that, do we put the $2 million into next year? Does it just get transferred into next year for potential?
Through the CAO to mayor and council, we don't carry that number forward.
Okay.
So that would filter through the whole budget, and we'd hope to have other savings to adjust for it. When we do the land sale, we also have an offsetting cost of goods sold. So it's not a full 100% hit on that 1.6. It's 75% of that number that filters through. And that's just our best guess each year. We've had a placeholder of $2 million. Land sales have a lot of lead time. It could take 24 months to close a deal, and there's some ebbs and flows with land sales.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carly Hansen?
I do have a quick question. In the 11.8 million of outstanding taxes as of September 30th, does that include the people that are paying monthly taxes?
To the CAO to mayor and council, yes, there is a percent in there. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we approximately have, I think the last time I checked, about $1 million a month of people on the prepayment program. So that'd be about 3 million back, just rough math-ish. So yeah, that's not all people in arrears getting penalties. There's some people on that payment plan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarity, and thank you for the report.
Councillor?
That was actually my question as well, so thank you for clarifying. And you said it's similar to last year, being the 11.3. So understanding the oil and gas revenue is not, or taxation is not collected. Last year, did you see that remaining, not the monthly, but the remaining outstanding? Was it successfully collected, or is that something that we typically don't collect? Like, of that remaining portion of the 11, just out of curiosity.
Through the CAO to Councillor, I think this is with the oil and gas. We manage it at the year-end write-off stage, so we do collect oil and gas. We have one major company that has us on a payment plan as well. So in addition to that $1 million per month, we also have an oil company that's paying us, trying to collect what they used to owe. So we are collecting over and above, but. Yeah, there are going to be a certain number that roughly about $1 million that we're not going to be able to collect.
Councillor DuPont. Okay, I had one question on the election budget. It speaks to 85,000 budgeted and only recognizing 6. So is that just things lagging from September 3rd? Like, are we gonna catch up to that, or are we going to be okay?
Through the CAO to council, most certainly the budget just had not been realized. All of the bills and everything had not been received for the election at that point in time. So most certainly when you get your Q4 variance, we're much higher. We're still below budget, which is fantastic. But most definitely all of those costs have now been realized.
Okay. Yeah, the below budget was the one I was looking for, so that's good to hear. Okay, so with that, if there's no further questions, we would be looking for a motion. If anyone's, Councillor Girard.
I move that council accepts the September 30th, 2025 budget variance report for information.
Any debates or further comments on the budget variance report? Looking around the room, not seeing any takers.
No, nothing from me.
Okay, perfect. All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Carried unanimously. Just looking at the time, we have Mr. McIntosh here for the next report, and I think it'll be fairly simple, but we'll try and squeeze it in here before lunch.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. I'll be presenting this on behalf of Ann Lewis, who wrote this presentation and this report, and he's just away this week. So the purpose today is to consider changes to Red Deer County's ALUS project funding. A little background, ALUS is a payment for ecosystem services program that compensates producers in two ways. Cost sharing to establish on the on-ground environmentally beneficial management practices that generate ecosystem services, and ALUS annual payments for ongoing stewardship of enrolled acres so the land continues to produce those ecosystem services. The second component is the distinguishing feature of ALUS in Canada. When Red Deer County launched ALUS in 2012-2013, Council at that time directed that county-funded ALUS project funding was to be used only for cost-sharing BMP implementation on farms and ranches. Red Deer County had delivered similar BMP cost-share programs since 2002. And since inception of ALUS locally, most of the funding for ALUS annual payments has been sourced from external funders via ALUS National. Further background, Red Deer County receives funding from ALUS from external sources in two ways. Directly, when Red Deer County itself applies to those funders, and indirectly via ALUS National, where ALUS National applies to the funder and allocates a portion of funding received to ALUS Red Deer County. In either case, many of these external funders have restrictions on how the funding can be used. For example, Alberta Conservation Association funding can only be used for cost-sharing beneficial management practices. Many funders also have fund matching requirements. It is significantly easier to match restricted external funds with flexible ALUS project funding from Red Deer County. It becomes more likely that our funding applications will be accepted, and administering, tracking, and reporting on the funding used is more efficient when there is flexible funding. So the challenge is year over year, ALUS funding needs change. As the program is completely voluntary, the county does not know what type of BMPs will come in from farmers or ranchers each year, how many acres will be impacted. So we do not know the ratio of beneficial management practice establishment funding to ALUS annual payment funding until projects come in for review. Having increased flexibility in the county funding for ALUS would help Red Deer County address this fact. As far as financial implications go, this request does not change the approved annual budget amount. It only broadens the eligible uses within the ALUS delivery. So no increase to the approved annual dollar amount. We would benefit from improved leverage. The county funds have historically leveraged external funds at approximately 5-to-1 ratio. This greater flexibility is expected to improve Red Deer County's ability to meet and match eligibility requirements across multiple funders, potentially increasing leverage. And allocation transparency, administration will report annually on the split between BMP establishment, ALUS annual payments, and the necessary delivery costs enabled by this flexibility. Interdepartmental implications would also be minimal. Agricultural services would continue to administer ALUS. Financial services would continue standard tracking of the funding, and there would be no system changes that are required beyond coding of the eligible uses. As far as the communication plan, no enhanced communications would be required. Standard council agenda publication and meeting minutes apply. Of course, as part of the agenda, the report has been shared online and the public can watch the video on the live stream. Direction on this matter would also be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. The alternatives, as we've provided, are to approve administration's recommendation to enable county ALUS project funding to be used for eligible ALUS costs beyond BMP establishment, including ALUS annual payments and necessary delivery costs, or deny administration's recommendation and continue restricting county funds to BMP establishment cost shares only. Option A is recommended as it provides flexibility to align county dollars with restricted external funds, enhances leverage, and improves delivery efficiency without increasing the budget. The final recommendation would be Alternative A, that Council authorize the use of Red Deer County ALUS project funding for eligible alternative land use costs beyond beneficial management practice establishment, including ALUS annual payments and necessary ALUS program delivery expenditures, with no change to the approved annual funding amount. With that, I think I'm ready for any questions.
Perfect. Thank you for the report. Are there questions of the report? Not seeing any takers. Councillor Hanson online, any questions?
No, I have no questions. I did type in what, can you just refresh me? My brain is in holiday mode. What does BMP stand for again?
Yes, through the mayor to council, it's beneficial management practices. It's kind of a standard term that we use in the conservation industry about the recommended project types that we're seeing on Red Deer County lands, on farms and ranches.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for the report.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'd be looking for a motion, and I guess give the appointees first crack. I seen Councillor DePalm's hand.
I would definitely move to approve that the council authorize the use of Red Deer County ALUS project funding for eligible alternative land use services costs beyond beneficial management practices establishment, including ALUS annual payments and necessary ALUS program delivery expenditures, with no change to the approved annual funding amount. I think this is great, and it can definitely help out and do good things for ALUS if this little part was changed. So I think it's a great thing. Definitely support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Going around the room, opening it up to debate. Councillor Rihanna Hanson, any comments?
Yeah, I think the implications are minimal, and I think it's a great thing. So I'd be supportive of this.
Thank you, Councillor Girard.
No, I'll have to echo with Councillor Hanson. There's very minimal implications, and I think the outcome is going to be more positive than anything. So I'd be 100% supportive.
Councillor Brewster.
I agree. Thank you for the report. I think giving ALUS the flexibility to do with the dollars as they need will give us a lot more options to help the projects as we go forward.
Councillor Carly Hanson.
Yeah, I'm also in support. I acknowledge and appreciate Councillor DePalm's passion towards ALUS, and so I definitely waver on her side of what she thinks is best for the group. So I am in favor.
Councillor Ritz.
I agree. I appreciate the report that we were given in the presentation previously, and I see no issue with this. So I only see improvement and flexibility for you. So I agree.
Yeah, I would echo the comments around the table. I think Councillor DePalm and I have been beating the drum on this since the spring, trying to increase, with some of the changes that came from the ALUS national funding. It's changed how this group needs to allocate their costs and adapt a little bit. I think it was really good stewardship in the beginning to kind of put that restriction on by council, but now we have the data to see how well the program is working and the benefits to our producers and the ecosystem, and having that data to back it up, I think justifies the flexibility here. And if there's anyone that can stretch a grant dollar as far as they can, it's probably Mr. Lewis. So giving him a little bit more flexibility to access and leverage other dollars outside of ours through flexibility through the dollars that we put into the program, I think is just a win-win. So yeah, really excited for this. All those in favor? Councillor Hanson?
Yes, in favor.
Okay, I thought so, but I don't want to make any assumptions. Okay, carried unanimously. With that, we do have lunch being provided today by Tagish, so I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour? Yeah, I just want to set our recess first. Well, is everyone okay with 45 minutes? We got quite a bit of business left to get through. Okay, so we'll say 12:45. We'll come back. Let us get some things done before the public hearing. And so we're recessed. And Mr. McIntosh, I believe, Councillor DePalm would like to say a few words on behalf of. Time is 12:50, and moving on in our agenda to item 5.5, around the CAPE appointment. I assume that's Miss Rodwell.
Good afternoon, Council. Today we'd like Council to consider the endorsement of Councillor Lee Girard to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Board of Directors. Red Deer County is a member of CAPE. At the organizational meeting, Councillor Lee Girard was appointed to represent Red Deer County to the board. CAPE has a board of directors to manage the affairs of the association, and the board of directors includes 3 directors appointed for municipal representatives of a county, municipal district, or special area. The Articles of Association describe that this is a 3-year term. However, if a member is replaced by a newly appointed representative, they shall be the interim director up until the next fall general meeting. It is our recommendation that Council endorse the appointment of Councillor Lee Girard to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thanks for your report. Any questions there? Pretty straightforward stuff. Not seeing any questions. I'd be looking. Typically, I'd go to the appointee, but I don't know if you want to make your own motion about yourself. That's kind of weird. Okay, Councillor Ritz.
I move that Council endorse the appointment of Councillor Lee Girard to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Board of Directors.
Thank you for that. Any comments or debate on that? Okay, not seeing anyone. We'll try and stay on track here, I guess. That's my fault. Councillor Hanson online, any comments?
No comments. In favor, yes.
Perfect. Well, yeah, all those in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Looking at our agenda, Miss Rodwell, I believe 6.1 we need to leave till after the public hearings. Okay. So that puts us at kind of a standstill till 1:30. Council, do we want to recess this meeting and start working on our governance and priorities committee meeting? I'm seeing some nods. I think public hearing to order. Today we're having public hearings for bylaw number 1018/2025 and bylaw 1019/2025. And I believe, Ms. Rodwell, we have to do those independently of each other. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yep, that was on the script. Okay. This public hearing is an opportunity for the public to provide their comments on the proposed bylaws. This is not a forum for debate or questions to council and administration. In accordance with our meeting procedures bylaw, this is being streamed and recorded on our website. For those participating electronically, please note that due to limited connectivity issues within some areas of the county, no guarantee can be provided for continued connectivity of your personal internet service. In an effort to support electronic participation, we have provided the video conference and phone links in the public hearing notice. For the public hearing, the process will be that the hearing will be called to order. Administration will introduce the matter, and we will invite members of the public forward to speak until everyone has had the opportunity to do so. Members of council will be invited to ask members of the public any questions they may have. And once all of the public members have spoken, council may ask questions of administration to address any matters raised during the public hearing. Then the public hearing will be closed, and this will be the end of the opportunity for anyone to provide new information on the matter to council, and then council will consider the matter. So, depending on the information that is received during the public hearing, council may decide to refer decision on a matter to another time, or ask administration to provide clarification or more information relative to specific concerns. So with that, I will call the public hearing for bylaw 1018/2025 to order. And I believe we will have a report from administration. Mr. Mohay.
You're good there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is the public hearing for bylaw number 1018/2025, a bylaw that proposes to amend the Waskesiu Local Area Structure Plan by amending Figure 8, a land use concept, and the land use summary table as indicated in Schedule B. And to consider granting second and third readings to the said bylaw. First reading was granted on November 12th of this year, and subject parcel is located at Southwest 323727, west of the 4th, adjacent east of Highway 2A, and north of Leonard Street, and has an approximate area of 57 acres. The intent of the application is to amend the future land use area of the subject parcel from commercial and park space / Waskesiu Creek Trail to manufactured / single detached homes as illustrated in Schedule B in your package. And also, in addition, the land use summary table must be amended to align with the changes to the future land use areas being proposed to Figure 8. Figures in red font that are struck out are to be replaced with the proposed new figures as shown in Schedule B as well. The subject parcels within the Gasoline Alley West major area structure plan as shown. Next one. And the MASP, or the major area structure plan, indicates a mix of future residential and commercial land uses within the subject area. Next slide. The subject land is also within the county growth area of the city and county intermunicipal development plan. Surrounding land use are a mix of commercial acreages, industrial, and undeveloped lands. The amendment to the Waskesiu Local Area Structure Plan and Gasoline Alley West Major Area Structure Plan, or MASP, are being processed in conjunction with the Land Use Bylaw Amendment, reflecting the same changes. The amendments are required to facilitate the rezoning of the subject land into the intended development of a mobile home park, future residential development. This potentially would increase housing supply in the county and thereby reducing the commercial area by 2.8 acres and the green space by about 1.17 acres, total of 4 acres approximately. And this would potentially increase the population, which is desirable for the local economy. Next slide. Our referral was, the referral and public notice for this hearing was sent to internal and external stakeholders and adjacent landowners for comments or concerns. And it's also advertised, and public notice were also posted on a county website and local newspaper. Following comments were received from Alberta Transportation or TAC. They would require 25-meter road right-of-way along the Highway 2A, adjacent to Highway 2A. And also, they've said that the Highway 2A improvement is not in the 3-year capital plan at this time, and transportation impact assessment may be required, or traffic impact assessment. Alberta Transportation is not responsible for any negative impacts relative to the residential development being proposed, and developers should incorporate a noise mitigation in their development design. City of Red Deer stated no objection on the proposed amendment, and no comment was received from the public at the time of report writing. Next slide. Dependent on Council's decision relative to the information received during the public hearing process, these are given to you as follows. Grant second and third readings to the said bylaw per alternatives 4A, to amend the Waskesiu local area structure plan per the attached bylaw, or refer decision on the matter. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for the report. Do any members of council have questions for administration on the report ahead of hearing from the public on this matter? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll take that as a no. We'll now hear from members of the public wishing to speak on this matter. Our meeting procedures bylaw outlines public participation in the public hearing. So anyone wishing to speak will be invited to do so. Those wishing to speak will have a maximum of 5 minutes, and at the start of your comments we ask that you please state and spell your name and provide your address and indicate if you've submitted a written response for our records. And once you have finished speaking, you can stay at the microphone in case council members have a question for you. So with that, is there anyone wishing to speak to this matter? Is there anyone online, Ms. Rodwell? Not at this time. Okay, so for a second time, is anyone interested in speaking to this matter? Seeing no takers. Calling for a third and final time. Is there anyone wishing to speak to this matter? And still nobody online, Ms. Rodwell? Okay, so confirming that no more persons have indicated that they wish to speak, I would again open it up to council for any questions of administration. Keeping in mind this will be kind of your final chance to ask questions on this particular bylaw. And I'm not seeing any. Councillor Hanson online, did you have questions?
No, I'm good. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I will now declare public hearing closed. So, council, we would be looking for a motion for second reading. This is Councillor Ritz's area, so I would give you first crack at it if you want.
I move to grant second reading for bylaw, is it 1019-2025? Correct?
I think we're on 1018.
1018,
yeah,
sorry.
They were reversed in the package there. Perfect. Okay, so motion for second reading. Going around the room, any comments? Councillor DePalm, Councillor Hanson, Girard.
No, I just like the forward progress. I think this is a great thing for the county, and I think it's all positive.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Brewster. Councillor Hanson online.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Girard. Great seeing things moving fairly quickly. It's kind of exciting. It's our second this, and yeah, I'm in favor.
Yeah, thank you, and I would agree. Pretty straightforward, updating the maps to kind of fit where we're at, and it kind of makes sense going along with how the land is divided up there as well. So pretty straightforward stuff. So with that, all those are second reading.
I am in favor, yeah.
So that's carried unanimously. I'd be looking for a motion for third reading if anyone wants to do that.
I could make a motion for third reading.
Sure.
On bylaw number 1018/2025.
Perfect. So third reading moved by Councillor Hanson. Again, anyone wishing to speak further? Not seeing any, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? And that's carried unanimously. That'll take us to bylaw 1019/2025 and another report.
Next slide. So this is for the same area as well. This is the whole public hearing for bylaw number 1019/2025. This one's a bylaw that proposes to amend the Gasoline Alley West Major Area Structure Plan by amending Figure 12, the land use concept, and this is in your package in Schedule B, and also to consider granting second and third readings for the bylaw. And the first reading was also granted on the same day, November 12th. The intent of the application is to amend the future land use portion of the subject area from commercial to residential. The subject parcel is, again, the same size, 57 acres. Next slide. And same subject land. Sorry, I'm just going to tighten this presentation up. Next slide. And again, this is within the city IDP, and it's also within the county growth area. Next slide. And the proposed amendment is required to facilitate the following changes before development may proceed. Again, the Waskesiu Local Area Structure Plan, the one that you just given a third reading to, and also the land use bylaw amendment, which is a rezoning the entire property from the existing TCD 9 to manufactured home park district R8. The same land, so sorry, it's just a duplication of the last slide as well. Next slide. And you've heard about the Waskesiu Local Area Structure Plan. Next slide. Okay, so effectively the proposed change, if approved, will reduce the future commercial area by 4 acres. Again, the benefits to this is increase in potential population. So if this development comes to fruition, we will have more people. Next slide. And also the comments were the same. It's just a duplication from Alberta Transportation as well as from the city of Red Deer, and no comments from the public. Again, depending on council decision relative to the information received on this public hearing process, you're given all these options. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the report. Certainly a couple layers to this. So again, I would ask council if they have any questions of administration on the report. Seeing none, we will open it up to the public. Same deal. Those wishing to speak will have maximum of 5 minutes. And at the beginning, we ask that you state and spell your name and provide your address for our records. Is there anyone wishing to speak to council on this matter? Has anyone joined us online, Miss Rodwell? No? Okay, so calling for a second time. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter? Still seeing no takers. Calling for a third and final time if there's anyone wishing to speak to this matter. And I'm assuming Miss Rodwell, still nobody online. Okay. So confirming that no one has indicated that they wish to speak, I would again, final round of questions for members of council. And still no takers, so I will,
Mayor Ramsey.
Yep, go ahead.
Just in the bylaw, it says bylaw of Red Deer County in the province of Alberta to amend bylaw number 2016-10. So when should it be 2019? Just a typo.
Is that in the report or the bylaw itself?
It's in the bylaw first reading, second reading, third reading, date signed.
Through the CAO to council, that is the original Gasoline Alley Major Area Structure Plan bylaw number. So we're amending that original bylaw from 2016. So that number does appear to be correct.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a little quick question.
Yep, go ahead.
So it did say from transportation that there'll be at the Highway 2A is not in the next 3-year plan. Are they talking about a traffic circle at that one intersection? Is that kind of like nothing to do with 2A is not in the next 3-year plan? Is this because we all know that this is going to increase the traffic in there? Is this something that we need to start hounding? That's maybe not the right word, but looking at getting it on a plan here sooner than later?
Yeah, great question. I think Mr. Herzberg has his light on.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. Council is aware that there is a traffic circle in this vicinity that could likely happen within those 3 years. It's not necessarily that transportation is incorrect in their comments. They probably, their plans don't dictate that need, but they're looking at accelerating that improvement. And as we've discussed with council previously, we're happy to help them do that. It's definitely win-win for us when it comes to the entire area. And with this development forthcoming, it's going to put that increased pressure on that particular intersection. So I think that's more accurate that their comments are what their comments are, but you're correct. There are some improvements that will be coming here fairly quickly.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I worry a little bit about the extra traffic with the new homes in there and it affecting people that are there already. So good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, again, well, I guess at this time I would now declare the public hearing closed. So once again, we'd be looking for a motion for second reading, Councillor Ritz.
I move that we grant second reading to bylaw number 1019-2025 per alternative 4A to amend the Gasoline Alley West Major Area Structure Plan.
Thank you. Any comments or debate on second reading? Going quickly around the room. No takers. Councillor Hanson, are you good online?
I'm good.
Okay, all those in favor of second reading?
I'm in favor.
Carried unanimously. Motion for third reading. Councillor Rihanna Hanson.
I motion to grant third reading for bylaw 109/205.
Perfect, thank you. Again, quick around the room. Any debate? Comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
In favor.
Carried unanimously. Okay, we might have set a record for quickest back-to-back public hearings. With that, just looking at the clock, administration's coming at 2, but yeah, that's what I was hoping. Given our current pace, you know, I feel we're on track here.
Thank you. So this is item 6.0, I believe. I don't have a presentation because it's exactly the same as the presentations that you just saw. So we're not going to repeat the information. So this is actually to consider third reading of bylaw number 1002/2025-8, which is to redesignate the same parcels that we've been talking about from the Direct Control District number 9 to Manufactured Home Park District R8 on part of the Southwest 32, 37, 27 West 4. So this is the final piece of the puzzle in regards to the changes to this parcel of land in order to accommodate a potential manufactured home park. We did hold a public hearing for this bylaw on November the 12th. At the time, council was asked to consider second reading only because we needed those amendments to the Waskesiu Local Area Structure Plan and the Gasoline Alley Major Area Structure Plan before we could finalize this bylaw to redesignate to the R8. So you do have that full report in your agenda packages. So we are recommending that council grant third reading to bylaw number 1002/2025-8 to redesignate 24.6 hectares from Direct Control District number 9 to Manufactured Home Park District R8 on part of the Southwest 32, 37, 27, 4. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, I guess clarity, this is the redesignation part of it. So again, opening it up to council for questions on the report. And once again, seeing no hands, we would be looking for a motion for third reading, as we already previously gave second reading. I would go to Councillor Ritz again, if you're interested.
Sure.
Oh, you just turned.
Turn myself off.
Yep.
There we go. I make a motion to grant third reading to 1002-2025.
Perfect. Thank you. Any debate, comments going around the room?
No,
Councillor
I just think this is this positive for the county. More residents, higher tax base. Let's get these homes moving in now.
Councillor Brewster. Councillor Carly Hansen online.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm in favor.
Yeah. No, thank you, and I agree. This is very exciting. We've seen the success of the other mobile home park in the area, and yeah, what this could potentially mean for growth of Gasoline Alley and the county and our tax base, and it's just positive all around, and not hearing any concern or objection from the public, so that's exciting too. So with that, all those in favor of third reading?
Yep.
Carried unanimously. We need one more motion to get out of this meeting.
I'll adjourn. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councillor Hansen. Motion to adjourn at 1:52. All those in favor? And carried unanimously. Okay.